Okay. All right, we'll call to order the parole board. Today is, August 2024. The time is 9:07. My name is Pete Freeman. I will be the acting chair. To my left, Mr. Ledoux. To my right, Gillis. There'll be the fellow board members. Would staff at headquarters please introduce yourself?
Francis Abbott.
All right. Okay, and Warden, would y'all introduce yourself at the prison? What staff you have?
Yes, sir, Mr. Freeman, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Warden Marcus Myers.
Deputy Warden Stephen Bordelon.
Raven Heath classification. Melissa Joshua Record.
Okay. Okay, today we're gonna have his parole hearing on Mr. Kyle Manda. Kyle Manda is a second felony offender. He has a parole date of 8/8/24. No, 9/25/24. Good time date of 6/6/2039. Full term date of 7/29/2060. He is serving a 62-year and 3-month sentence for the charges of aggravated obstruction of a highway, and his parole was revoked on that. Possession of cocaine, possession of diazepam, possession of gamma butyric, manslaughter, and another aggravated obstruction of a highway. Does that sound correct to you, Mr. Manda?
Sure.
Okay. First off, I'm gonna read who we have present today. In favor will be Mr. Kerry Myers, Mark Manda, and Juanita Hernandez. All three will be speaking. Here with us at headquarters, we have Tony Clayton from the 18th JDC. I think he prosecuted the case. Mike Johnson, Elena Gillot, Dorothy Weimer, she will be speaking. Linda Noretta, Richard Weimer, Brenda Caruso, that's the mother, she will also be speaking. Michael Caruso, Amy Caruso, Alec Gillot, Teresa Wise, that's a friend, and she will be speaking, and Caitlin Cooley. Did I name everyone that's here today?
Yes.
Did I name everyone that's on Zoom? Okay, well, let's get started. Mr. Manda, tell me about your offenses, what you did to get where you are, what led up to you getting where you are, and why you think we should let you out today.
Well, I could tell you about all the I's, meaning I got this class, I got this course, or I got this certificate, or even I got this much schooling, but I won't do that. What I will speak on today is what I will do, what I plan to do.
Okay,
I will beat the odds. Not only will I beat the odds, I will be successful. I will exercise everything I learned in here once I'm free, if I'm free. And I plan on taking stuff that I learned in here and applying it to my life when I get out.
okay, tell me about the offenses you committed, what led up to them.
Poor decision making, bad judgment, and being intoxicated.
Wasn't no drugs involved?
Yes, sir. I said I was intoxicated.
Okay, intoxicated. Okay, you have anything else you want to say to the board?
I thank y'all for taking y'all time out of y'all day and giving me a chance, opportunity to speak, be present today.
Okay. Warden Myers, what do you have to say about, Mr. Manda?
Well, Mr. Freeman, obviously he committed a horrible crime. Had a long conversation yesterday about that. Remorseful about what he did. He has taken classes that he needs. He's taken substance abuse classes, living in balance phases 1 and 2. He's taken anger management, cage your rage. He's currently enrolled in victim impact, which was very important. He will graduate that tomorrow. What do you think for a change? He's a Strive member, which is one of my honor programs for having a good conduct record and working. He's done the things we've asked of him. Again, very serious crime. He understands that.
Okay. Thank you, Warden. Next we will go to the people that are in favor. Mr. Kerry Myers from the Parole Project.
Good morning, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We're here for Ms. Amanda. We've been working with Ms. Amanda for the last 4 or 5 months prior to this hearing. And what has impressed us is his sincerity and his desire, first of all, the work that he's done. Second, his continued desire and expressed desire to be more than he's been, particularly about his addictions. He's really worked very hard. He is committed to going into intensive outpatient treatment should this board release him. Parole Project is here to support him through that. He will work through our social worker to get connected to outpatient assistance once should he be released. Our employment team will help him find full-time employment while he's with us. He'll be with us as long as needed to stabilize. And, again, I have to go back to the work that he's done, particularly over the last 5 to 6 years, working towards, you can literally see the light come on, working towards both his sobriety and expressing his, his personal, self-disdain for his actions and the life that he was living, the addiction that drove him to the point where he committed this crime. So we've been impressed by the hard work that he's done. We've been impressed by the change that we have seen. So we would ask this board to consider that when you're making your decision today.
Mr. Mark Manda, brother.
Yes, sir. Let me start by saying thank you to the board this morning for an opportunity to speak on my brother Kyle's behalf. My goal this morning is to speak to the man Kyle has become over the past 20 plus years while he's been incarcerated. Obviously, I've had the opportunity to watch from afar as Kyle has done what he has needed to do in hopes of one day getting an opportunity to re-enter society. My brother and I talk 1 to 2 times a week. We've done that for many, many years. I can only say I've heard the change over the years, and piggybacking on what was just said, really the last 5 to 7 years, Kyle's become a different man. He's been focused on self-help as well as helping others. I know from talking to him, he's very involved in the juvenile awareness program, and that's really hit a soft spot in his heart because obviously when he was a young man, he was in some pretty bad situations, self-inflicted. I make no excuse for that. But that's become a spot in his heart. So it's good to see him having some compassion and wanting to give back for sure. I feel my brother is ready for a chance. It's been a long time. I don't discount what happened years ago. It was a tragic, tragic situation. It changed the lives of multiple families. And there's no excuse for what was done. In talking with Louisiana Parole Project, I know they have a system in place to help in the event Kyle does get an opportunity to re-enter. I'm also prepared to assist in ways I can financially to stand him up. But I've been very clear with him and the parole project. I'm not here to do a handout for my brother. It's been tough love for 20 years. Everything I would do for him would be earned. There'll be no gifts anymore. Those days have long passed me by. But I am proud of what he's been able to do while incarcerated. It's not easy, obviously, and it's a tough environment, but he earned that environment. And he's manned up, and he's had to take care of himself. He's had very, very limited family support. And I can tell you that his mother is still alive. Our mom's still alive. She's in a senior facility with dementia. And basically it's me, and I've been pretty tough with my brother for many, many years. So I don't make excuses for what he did, but I do appreciate what he's been able to do with what he's had to do it with. So with that, that completes my little speech on it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Manda. All right, Juanita Hernandez. Okay,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Hernandez.
Yeah.
Tell us what you want to tell us about Mr. Manda.
Yes. Good morning. My name is Juanita Hernandez, and I am present today on behalf of Mr. Manda and for support. He is my boyfriend. I have been in the medical field for over 30 years now. In my current position, I help veterans transition from hospital to drug rehab centers and such. Kyle and I plan to get married in the future, as well as having goals such as opening up a nonprofit group home for troubled youth and help deter them from outcomes that can affect their lives forever. I will be Kyle's #1 supporter, meaning I will be there for him with anything that comes our way. I plan to return to school to obtain my business degree and encourage Kyle to do the same. Finally, I just want to say thank you to the board for taking time to listen to me, and I greatly appreciate everything you guys do.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Okay, Mr. Clayton, I'm sure you're gonna want to go last after I let the other victims speak first. Okay. So we'll go with Ms. Dorothy Weimer first, and I'll let you go at the end. Oh, you, okay. Oh, you'd rather go first?
I'd rather go first.
Well, let's let you go first.
Good morning. Thanks for allowing me to come. I'm Tony Clayton, not prosecuting Mr. Manda. You heard him talk to you. Freeman, Mr. Chair, you asked him, is there anything else you would like to say? Not one time did he look at that family and say, I'm remorseful, I'm sorry. The warden said it on his behalf. He did not say it. Let me give you a little backdrop of him. He was a menace to East Baton Rouge Parish, subdivision that he lived in called Wilson. We had to put undercover agents in that subdivision. I, from the DA's office, put my investigator, we would sit on top of roofs to watch this young man. He would outrun the police up to 100 miles an hour right here on Island Road. We investigated a case, didn't materialize to the DA's office, but he was purchasing drugs out of North Baton Rouge, and there were some gang guys that he didn't pay. They went to his house. I don't have any proof that his dad died of a heart attack as a result of that, but we were told that. Fast forward, he has completely been a wreck. What you see now, and he said, I will beat the odds. He would try to outrun the police. He would commit murder. This GHB that this young lady, Ms. Caruso, took was at his, I don't know else how to put it. He forced that on that child. He had over a gallon of that stuff in his house, and he would have killed again. And he did it because he was that type of human being. And I'm telling you, as the prosecutor of him, 40 years that we thought we were doing something to get him, well, 60 years, I think in total, to take him away from society. To let him out now, you would have to bring in extra police officers. He will not follow the rules. To take the life of that young lady who did nothing but love him shows you that the type of person he deal with. Just from what I've seen in 30 seconds watching him, there's no rehabilitation, there's no remorse, and he has wreaked utter havoc on this community in the past. And he will do so with all due respect if you let him out. And I've never done this. I've never been to a parole hearing before to testify. And I did it because of this family, and I remember watching them 20-some years ago, and I'm here with them now. Because I'll tell you that we went through, I can't tell you all of the headaches we went through. He comes from a reputable family, sinners of the Manda's Beat Market. They were well-off people, but they were good people. That brother, you just saw testify, those are good folks. You didn't hear about his dad because his dad, died of a heart attack, don't hold it. But because of what this young man, part of what this young man put him through. He put that, his own family through havoc. And I'm looking at the Carusos, hadn't seen them and read them in a long time. And I ask you to listen to just some of what I'm saying as a prosecutor, that he wreaked havoc on us in trying to keep him at bay. And he deserves, or he needs to be watched. And that's all I can say about it. Any questions?
No, sir.
Thanks for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Clayton. Okay, next we'll go to Ms. Weimer. Is it Weimer? Weimer. Okay. Could you go to the podium, or you can stand if you'd like, but we'd rather have the podium.
Okay, thank you. Melissa Crusoe was inside out. He told me, I'm not here to forgive him, but I can't. I think you take forgive the sense of great world. I pray to spirits he needs these for beautiful hearts on this baby.
Thank you, ma'am. I know this is very difficult. That's why we appreciate y'all showing up very much. Ms. Caruso? You don't have to go up there, Ms. Caruso. It's up to you, whether way you want to stand and speak.
Good morning. My name is Brenda Caruso, and this is my husband, Mike Colson. We are the parents of the left-handed Caruso. And I'm sorry I'm going to read it because I'm afraid I might forget something. Probably do it now. But on March 14, 2002, our lives changed forever. The death of our daughter, Melissa Ann Caruso, who's only 19, and our baby, when Kyle Manda murdered her. He kidnapped, beat, raped, and put her on her knees and shot her 3 times in the head, and then drug her up a flight of stairs and left her there to die alone. She didn't deserve the things that he did to her. She was the light of our life. She was so filled with hope, love, and joy. Melissa had a smile that would light up a room. Over the years, I have made many attempts to speak with Kyle Manda to find out why he did the things he did to my daughter, but he always denied me. Said that he was waiting, he had an appeal, and which he could not have because that was part of the plea agreement. And he has no remorse for killing our daughter. We keep hoping to wake up from this nightmare that we have been living, only to realize that a life without Melissa is our harsh reality. He has only served 22 years of his 67-year sentence, and we beg you today, please do not deny him parole. Show him no mercy as he did to our daughter, Melissa Ann. Thank you. I appreciate you listening to me.
Thank you, ma'am, for comments. Ms. Teresa Wise.
Good morning. My name is Tessie,
Morphine Caruso was my best friend and my confidant, and although we weren't blood, she was my sister. I would like to start by thanking the Lord for giving us the opportunity to speak today on Melissa's behalf, as she was silenced more than 22 years ago when she was brutally murdered by Amanda. That's 22 years without seeing her face, her bright smile, hearing her voice, or her contagious laugh. 22 years of seeing her family broken, almost beyond repair, and feeling incomplete and broken myself. People have always told me that time heals all wounds, but I don't believe that to be true. With time, you learn to live a new way. You learn to live with the emptiness inside of you that can never be filled. You learn to live with a broken heart that can never be mended. You learn to live with a hole in your heart that will always remain. Even during the moments in life that bring you great joy and happiness, you still feel the pain of her absence. The death, much less the murder of a loved one, it's not something you get over. I've attended therapy and counseling for numerous years to fix what's broken, only to find out there is no fix. No matter the amount of therapy or medication, the pain and emptiness from her loss remains and will remain for the rest of our lives. Her family and all of those who love her have been tormented for the last 22 years and will continue to be tormented for the rest of our lives. We ask that Kyle Amanda not be granted parole and that he remain incarcerated for the maximum amount of his time, or the maximum amount of time his sentence allows. We believe 22 years is not enough punishment for the selfishness of Kyle's actions for raping and shooting Melissa Ann Caruso 3 times in the head to end her life when she was someone he supposedly loved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Manda, your case has been assigned to me, so I'll be leading the questioning. And how long have you been in jail, Mr. Manda?
22 and a half years.
Okay. And what is your educational level?
First semester of college, business management.
Okay. And I got to ask too, as the DA did, it caught me very strange. You're the first person I've ever heard get up there and say, I'm gonna beat the odds. What do you mean by I'm gonna beat the odds?
I'm not gonna reoffend. I'm gonna be successful. I'm gonna apply everything I learned in here and bring it out there in the world with me and use it for good, not bad.
All right. Okay, the aggravated obstructions and the running from police. What was that all about? That was 2 separate occasions. As I said, you reached speeds over 100 miles an hour. One time you backed into a police car to get away. And then when you would stop, you would take off again. I mean, what was going through your mind?
I was very intoxicated. I had a car full of drugs, and I wasn't in my right mind.
Right. And on those charges, didn't they originally charge you with attempted murder of a police officer?
Yes, sir.
On both counts, not just one. I want to point that out. So, you got a violent history, you got a violent past. Why? Why kill that young lady?
Well, I wasn't in my right mind.
Wasn't in your right mind.
Something I regret to this day. Something I've been living with for the past 22 years.
And how have you taken care of this drug problem since you've been in there?
I'm going to AA, NA, or staying away from it. I know me and drugs do not mix.
You consider yourself a drug addict?
Yes, sir.
And where are you gonna work if you get out?
That hasn't been established yet, but through the parole project, I believe they're gonna find me employment.
I'm trying to watch what I say. I don't want the family to have to relive any more than they've already lived already.
Sure.
But I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. But what happened was those 2 girls were at your house. You did have a black gun. It's obvious because that's the one you killed her with. They were there. I mean, you were supposedly in love with this girl, supposedly getting married. I've read somewhere where the wedding dress is still there. So what, I mean, I just can't understand what made you snap like that. And then they left. You let them leave. I mean, after the sex and all of that, you let them leave. And I'm sure they came back with some friends looking for you. They should have called police, but they didn't. And back in them days, a lot of young people would have reacted that way. You did this to our friend, we come and get you.
Right.
So then you walk outside and you bring her inside, is that correct?
No, sir, she walked up, she was coming toward me. I just absorbed the impact. The guy next to her had a pistol, he was about to pull a pistol. I just absorbed the impact. As she coming to me.
So you said she free of her wheel went inside or what happened?
I mean, basically, I took her impact. I was on my doorstep to welcome that. One step behind me, I was in my house.
And the last question I have, I think you had to go to the hospital. You were incapacitated also once they finally got in the residence. What was wrong with you?
I had overdosed, but I couldn't accept what I just did. So I took a big dose of gamma butylactone, which is GHB. I called my mom, told her I love her, and I told her what I did, and I hung up the phone. My mom's the one that called the police.
Right. Okay. You had 17 DBs, disciplinary actions. You hadn't had any since 3/19. Your custody is medium. Your institutional record is fair, so that shows there must be a few problems going on for sure. And what classes have you taken?
Taking anger management twice, taking living in balance, cage of rage, thanking for a change, free release, victim impact, two biblical courses. I've attained my GED and I've attained one semester of college at Wiley College.
All right. Any community service while you're there? You in any clubs? Do you do anything extra for kids or anything?
Yes, sir. I'm on the board of the juvenile awareness program. I got to see the secretary. That's something I want to dedicate my life to once I'm free. I want to apply that everything I've learned in that. And my desire to do that is unspeakable.
All right, I have no further questions. Ms. Ledoux, do you have any questions?
I do. Mr. Manda, are you currently receiving any kind of mental health treatment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you on any kind of medication?
This one, Elavil, 150 milligrams.
Your file contains 187 pages that I reviewed, and the very last entry into your record was very interesting to me. It's a printout of the prison pen pal program, and it was printed on 6/24/24. And I want to read something that you wrote for that pen pal program. It says, for context, I've served 21 years and never took the chance to sign up for a pen pal. My extensive sentence persuaded me to suffer in solitude. Recently, I was granted an early parole date, 9/25/2024, and instantly my world turned upside down. And then you go on to say that you would like to reach out to people and make relationships. So when did you find out that you had this parole date?
Several years ago, probably about 3 years ago.
3 years ago. Okay. And that's one of the reasons maybe your disciplinary record kind of reflected that shift in what you were thinking?
Oh man, my disciplinary record bad. right after I found out my mom was diagnosed with dementia, she was taken out of the house. Her house was sold. It just affected me. I didn't like that. So that's where most of the writers before that come from.
So, did you have any employment before you committed this crime, or was drugs your support system?
I was employed as a landscaper,
At where?
as a landscaper for a landscaping company.
Okay. Okay. I don't have any further questions.
I have no questions.
Stills has no questions. Is the panel ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay, I'll vote first since I was assigned the case. And I'm not gonna go through everything, Mr. Manda, but, this is, to me, is just, it's just way too soon to be having any kind of parole hearing. I mean, you've only done 22 years on 62. You murdered a young woman. It could have been second-degree murder instead of instead of manslaughter. So my vote today would be to deny due to law enforcement opposition, victim opposition, and lack of time served. Ms. Ledoux?
My vote is also to deny based on the lack of time served and that enough for me. Thank you.
I concur.
Okay, today your parole been denied by 3-0 vote. Keep up the good work and we'll see what happens.
Thank y'all for your
Okay, parole board is back in order. It is 9:49. I am the acting chair. My name is Pete Freeman. I have Mr. Tillis to my right, Mr. Ledoux to my left. They will be on the panel with me today. Warden, would you have everybody there with you, the visitors, introduce themselves and say their relationship to the offender?
Yes, sir.
Not, yeah. You can sit down. Just say your names, people that are sitting, please.
Identify yourself.
Okay.
You have a father, two sisters, and a brother, Mr. Freeman.
Okay. And Fern Lee is there with you, Miss Fern?
Yes, yes, sir.
You'll be speaking today. Okay, thank you, Warden. All right, and then, in opposition on Zoom, we should have, Stephanie Nash, victim's aunt. She'll be speaking. Richard Ray, Assistant District Attorney. He will be speaking. Avery Stevens, victim's grandmother. Penny Linton, victim's aunt. Now, those two will also be speaking. And then we have in support but not speaking, Dylan Stevens, Lennis Fondren, Lennis Jacobs, Tabitha Rawls, and Bobby Little. Did I miss anybody that's on Zoom?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, today we are here for the parole hearing on Jesse DeMond. Jesse, please state your DOC number for me.
451048.
Okay, Mr. DeMond, I'm gonna read some information to put into the record. You are a first felony offender. You have a parole date of 8/17/24, a good time date of 11/25/2033, and a full term date of 6/25/2055. You're serving a 59-year sentence for second degree battery, aggravated sexual battery, and second degree cruelty. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Mr. DeMond, tell me why you think we should let you out today, and tell me a little bit about your offenses.
I can't honestly tell you. That there's a good reason. All I can tell you is that since I've been incarcerated, I have shown due diligence in changing my conduct and becoming a person that God wants me to be. I realized that the act I committed was senseless. There was no point. I experienced some things as a troubled youth, and I lost my direction in life. I got entangled in drugs, and I made a lot of bad decisions coming up that affected a lot of people in a negative manner, and I choose not to be that way anymore. I would like to affect people in a positive manner, educate, and do my calling for Jesus.
Okay. Warden, you have anything to say about it?
Well, Mr. Freeman, of course, as always, first of all, my deepest sympathy to the victim and the family. You know, DeMond has demonstrated, the ability to work hard while being incarcerated. He's completed numerous classes and taken many courses. He's received his GED. He's as far as mechanics go, he's received many certifications in all that area. He's one of our tutors back in our VOTEC. He's completed all of the sex offender treatment that is required and asked of him, and he has even completed level 4, which a lot of guys don't do. He's been a facilitator. In other words, he teaches and helps other sex offenders. So that's a positive comment on him, that he's worked hard to gain. He hasn't had a write-up since 2018, which is over 6 years. He's been write-up free. He had a little trouble in the beginning, as most inmates do, but over the last several years, he's done a lot better. He's a Strive member, again, one of our inmates. Again, he's done everything we've asked him to do in here, and in order to try to gain the things he needs to do to rehabilitate himself. Just the amount of time he served versus the crime, another consideration matter, in my opinion.
Thank you, Warden. All right, let's get to those that are in favor. Miss Fern Lee, your sister, Miss Lee.
Good morning. I have been nominated to speak on his behalf. There are 4 of us here today. I'd like to review it in 3 different ways: Jesse, the family, and the state. I believe that Jesse is remorseful. He appears to me when he talks to me on the phone. I know that he doesn't have the chip on his shoulder that he had when he was much younger, and he's not mad at the world like he was when he was much younger. And I'm grateful for that. It's easier to talk to him. It's easier to get along with him, even if it is on the phone or visitation. At this point, all of us except one in the family are of a retirement age. I'll be 72 this year. We are still in a position where we can give him a hand up, not a handout, a hand up, so that when he gets out, he's not looking for some way to support himself, get himself to work, trying to find a roof over his head or food on his table or anything like that. He has a house, he has a bedroom waiting on him. It's the house that represents security for him, the only security he had as a child. We are all in the position that we can help run him to work until he got the money for the insurance, money for the vehicle, on and on. As far as the state, there's a lot of people that reoffend. I don't know, what is it, 30–40%? Runs what, 35,000 plus per person? We got a lot of them sitting out there waiting to take his spot. He's worked hard. He is a master technician. He's got the papers behind him to prove what he has done. And we do have jobs waiting for him. We've got 2 people that are vying for him, and they're about 10 miles from the house. Perfect. They know that he is a felon. That's immaterial to them. They want somebody that'll come to work and work. That's what Jesse does. He goes to work and he works. We just hope that at this point he can be paroled. I realize that the family that was damaged will never recover. They can't recover. It's there. They can't. Is he sorry for it? Yeah, I think he is. Seems to be to me. That's all I can do. Do you have any questions for me?
No, ma'am. Thank you for appearing today. Okay, now we're gonna go to those that are in opposition. The district attorney, I'm gonna let you go last. I'm gonna, unless you wanna go first, because it's your option. But, Stephanie Nash, Victor Nat.
Yes, sir. Good morning. I'm gonna try and get through this as easy as I can. My name is Stephanie Nash. I'm Dylan's paternal aunt. I'm here in opposition of DEMMON's parole request. What that monster did to Dylan as an 18-month-old baby was pure evil. At 18 months old, Dylan was a healthy, happy, thriving toddler, and then on September 19th, 2001, changed our lives forever due to DEMMON's actions. Dylan was in a coma and stayed in ICU for over 8 weeks, not knowing if he was going to live or die. My family never left his side. There was not a place on his entire body you could touch without causing him pain due to the extensive trauma his little body had suffered. When Dylan woke up from the coma, he was paralyzed on one side of his body. He was blind and could no longer speak or eat. After multiple surgeries and physical therapy, he regained his sight, but still had some paralysis and still could not walk properly or speak. We had to learn sign language to even communicate with him. Dylan suffered seizures for years and had to endure numerous surgeries to replace the shunt to drain the fluid from his brain. In addition, he also had to have several surgeries on his leg and years of wearing braces to help him walk. My mom dedicated the rest of her life caring for Dylan. When she got cancer, my dad, grandmother, and myself had to take over and care for not only Dylan, but my mother. The financial strain it put on my parents and my family was just added stress. I quit my job to take care of both Mom and Dylan so that my dad could work to support them. Dylan had to have round-the-clock care because of the seizures. Dylan's entire school life, he was in special classes due to the brain damage and his disabilities. He was never able to participate in sports or any other outdoor activities. He had to have tutoring and additional help with all of his schoolwork. As Dylan has gotten older, he still struggles with those disabilities and has had to live the last 23 years of his life with the lasting, devastating, life-altering trauma that was inflicted on him. Dylan will have to live with these disabilities for the rest of his life. He doesn't get a reprieve. Dylan will have to live with these disabilities. He was sentenced to a lifetime of struggles and disabilities because of DEMMON's actions. So I'm here today to ask you to deny the parole request. DEMMON should not be allowed to be a free man. Dylan will never be free to live a normal life. I would also like to read a statement from Dylan. 23 years ago, I was an 18-month-old baby. I was raped, beaten, and left for dead by Jesse DEMMON. The demons inside that man were pure evil. The things that were done to me, I just cannot comprehend. If it wasn't for the nurses and doctors and the love of my family, I would not have survived. It was a pure miracle that I did. I was taught to forgive and forget, but that only happens in fairy tales. I do not forgive him. Not only was a horrible thing done to me, but it put my family through hell and changed all of our lives forever. I'm living the best life I can with the lasting effects of the trauma that DEMMON inflicted on me. The love of my family had for me was greater than the evil inside that man, and I'm alive today because of that love. Job 4:8. As I have observed, those who plow evil and those who sow trouble reap it. It teaches us that those who sow evil actions and trouble will inevitably reap the consequences of their actions. Make him reap those consequences of his evil actions and deny his parole. Thank you.
Appreciate you speaking. Let's go to Avery Stevens, victim's grandfather.
Yes.
It was Steve.
I'm I'm sort of, I don't understand how he can even come up for parole at this time after having such a long sentence. I mean, it's unbelievable that what this has put our family through, and you heard Stephanie, she said it all. I mean, everything was said. But if there was any point in time that y'all would have to seen the pictures of this baby, I guarantee you, he'd stay in there a little bit longer. Just the pictures would do it.
Thank you.
Stephanie said it all. I mean, it's unreal that I don't know that people can be rehabilitated for something like this and still think they're okay. I don't understand. But yes, my wife, she stayed the whole time in New Orleans with Dylan, and maybe come home 2 times in that 8 weeks he was in intensive care. This was the worst case of child abuse ever happened in Webster Parish that lived. Most of them don't live. But like I said, the prayers, I'm just, I don't know what else to say after, because Stephanie said it all. She had it down to the T.
Okay, we appreciate that, Mr. Stevens. Penny Linton, victim's aunt.
Yes, good morning. My name is Penny Litton and I'm Dylan's great aunt. I am the sister of my late sister Karen Stevens. I want to thank all of you for allowing Dylan's family to try to express our concerns. If you have even one moment of thought of his release, please keep this rapist and predator locked up. You have heard 2 family members express somewhat of what Dylan has gone through. There is not enough time to tell everything this young man has endured. Not every single detail for the last 22 years of his life. My sister, Karen, gave up everything to make sure that Dylan lived, no matter how hard it would be on her. Karen devoted every single ounce of energy she had up until her death a short 5 years later. Karen, my sister, made us promise that we would make sure that we fought to make sure that Jesse stayed locked up and got the sentence that he deserved, the maximum allowed. Dylan was approximately 20 years old before he knew everything that happened to him. During the beating and the rape he endured, he asked as a child, he asked as a teen many times. He was told about his beatings as a teen, then later about the rape. It was hard for us to get through that part with him. Only after his mind was able to comprehend, he was in his 20s before he found out about his rape. You've heard about his mental challenges, and that's why we waited. In closing, I would beg you to not allow this monster out of his jail cell. He will do this again and again to someone else's child. He needs to serve his 55 years. he was sentenced to. Maybe by then he will not be able to hurt another baby. And we are talking about a baby. He was 18 months old and had to start a whole new life. He had to learn how to walk again. He had to learn everything again. And that took so many years for Dylan to get back to his 18-month-old self. Trust me when I say this, you nor your families need to be sitting where my family is sitting at today. Defending a child in your family to keep a predator in prison. It's not fair to Dylan for him to even think he's served enough time at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, now we're gonna go to the Assistant District Attorney, Mr. Richard Ray.
Thank you, members of the board. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for allowing me to speak, and thank you for allowing the family to speak and be a part of this. Let me express on behalf of District Attorney Skylar Marvin the strongest opposition that we can face or we can put forth against any modification or any parole for Mr. DEMMON. I was not the assistant district attorney on this case many years ago, but everyone in our local region had heard about this heinous, terrible crime. Judge Ford Stinson was the presiding judge in the case, and Judge Stinson has since retired, but is known in our area for being a very level-headed and fair judge. He's not a judge that routinely would give out lengthy jail sentences, prison sentences, and he would not do it lightly. But I would be remiss if I didn't refer back to what Judge Stinson told Mr. DEMMON at his sentencing. And Judge Stinson said that in his many years of practicing law, and it's notable that Judge Stinson actually came from a background in the public defender's office. This is not someone who, came even from the prosecutor's standpoint. He is someone who was with the public defender's office for many years. But Judge Stinson said that in his many years of practicing law, this had to be the most gruesome crime that he had ever seen committed. It was a heinous act done upon a defenseless 18-month-old child. But what I think is important, and I appreciate the family discussing it with Dylan and being able to discuss it with him, because that helps me feel that I can talk a little bit about some of the horrific facts of this. But the board needs to understand that this was not a one-time thing. This was the medical evidence indicated that this was repeated abuse of a defenseless 18-month-old child, repeated rapes of a defenseless 18-month-old child. By the time that Dylan was rushed to Minden Medical Center, he had a perforated left eardrum. He had hemorrhaging, rectal bruising, and bleeding and lesions. He had multiple bruises that were all in various stages of healing. And Judge Stinson pointed out in the sentencing that was significant because it wasn't just a one-time thing. This was an ongoing torture of an 18-month-old baby. And it had happened over a period of time. It was involved shaken baby syndrome that was clearly not accidental, and strangulation that was not accidental. One of the doctors, Dr. Springer, determined that Dylan had been victimized and re-victimized and re-victimized. It's also notable, and I would like the board to understand, if they don't already, that Mr. DEMMON committed this act while he was out on bond for another violent attack. He also performed poorly on probation for other crimes in the years immediately preceding this. he is, it's also very notable that at the time of his sentencing, and I don't know, I didn't sense any remorse today, but Judge Stinson put in the sentencing and noted that he showed no, I'm gonna read what Judge Stinson had in the sentencing. He said, "You have shown absolutely no remorse for your crimes." I do agree that there is a high degree of recidivism. I believe that people that are child predators have a higher rate. And I don't know anything that can be done with them other than to keep them away from the most vulnerable in society, children. And this was a heinous crime. Mr. Demmon remains a danger to the community. There is strong victim opposition, and based on that and based on the underlying facts of the case, the 26th Judicial District and DA Marvin strongly oppose this. I would just like to add, because Dylan added a Bible verse, that Ezra 7:26 says, "Whoever will not obey the law of your God or the law of the king, let judgment be strictly executed upon him, whether by death or banishment." This is not an individual who has shown any propensity to follow the laws of man, and we would ask that his parole be denied.
Thank you, sir. All right, your case was assigned to, Ms. Ledoux.
Which means that I have read your file extensively, making sure that I'm aware of all of the information provided to us. It was 120 pages. I did note that you had 5 prior arrests, although you were a first felony offender. You had 5 prior arrests with some great supervision. I want to ask, what was your relationship with the victim's mother?
Biologically, we're a third cousin.
You were third cousin. Okay, so it was not a romantic involvement?
Yes, it was.
It was. So, and how long had that relationship lasted until your incarceration? How long were you involved?
I'm not really sure. I don't really remember. I'm not
I mean,
sure.
the child is 18 months old. That was not your child. So were you involved before the child was born, before Dylan was born?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so it hadn't been that long.
No, it hadn't been on.
I don't have any further questions, Mr. Brown.
Okay, Ms. Tillis, do you have any questions?
No.
I have no questions either. Is the panel ready to vote?
Yes.
Yes, you ready to vote, Mr. Demmon?
Yes, Mr. Demmon, I want you to understand that when we ask you about this crime, all you talked about was yourself, not about the victim, not about the victim's family, indicating very little thought to the victim. You have a static 99 score of 4, which within the Department of Corrections evaluation is a very high sex offender score, and I'm very glad that you've taken your sex offender treatment. I'm glad that it was afforded to you and that you are involved in that. But today, you've only served 24 years of a 59-year sentence, and for those reasons, my vote is to deny.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to deny.
Okay, Mr. Demmon, my vote would also be to deny due to law enforcement and victim opposition. I want to thank everyone that participated today, and good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we're gonna call the board back to order. It's 10:25. We're still at a balls. My name is Pete Freeman. I am the acting chair today. Along with me is Mr. Tillis to my right, Mr. Ledoux to my left. The only guest we will have speaking today will be Mr. Randall Myers from the DA's office in New Orleans. I'm gonna put some information into the file. Please advise if anything is incorrect. Okay, we're here to have a hearing on Lester Soprano. Is that how you say your name?
Piano.
Cepriano? Okay. Cepriano, parole hearing. Mr. Soprano is a fourth felony offender. Parole date is 9/8/2023. Good time date is 6/14/2026. And his full term date is 6/9/2027. He was sentenced to 5 years for possession of fentanyl, illegal possession of stolen things, theft $500 or more, habitual offender theft $500 or more, simple criminal damage to property. Does that sound correct to you, sir? Okay, tell me today, why you think we should let you out today, and a little bit about your crimes, what you were doing.
I've been rehabilitated. I've been incarcerated. I have a relationship now with God. I learned from my lessons that I can become a better citizen.
Okay. Anything else?
Continue to take A&A, like need help, more help.
What did you say, Walter? I'm sorry, I can't understand.
I'm going to so I'm going to continue to take A&A once I get out.
Okay.
Keep going to churches and I have a job when as soon as I get out to pay this restitution I have. I have a lot of restitution I have to pay these people back with my crime.
All right, Mr. Myers.
As Deputy Warden Bordelon for this one. Just want to note he, he's been here 2 years. Since then, he has completed living in balance in phases 1 and 2, making for change, inside out dad, nurturing parents. He has been participating in AA, NA. He's currently still active in that. He's actually going to graduate Friday from a victim impact. And since then, he's been a trustee over at our facility for a year. Doesn't have any disciplinary issues. He is working to try to get his GED. He started out in literacy. He struggled a little bit, but he continued to work hard to try to get his scores up to improve himself. As you mentioned, he is a repeat offender. But since he's been here the last 2 years, he's really shown some interest in the programming. Hopefully, that will protect him to be successful.
Thank you, sir. What's your name again, Warden?
Stephen Bordelon.
Steve. Okay. All right, thank you for the comments. Okay, Mr. Myers, I'm sorry. Now, Mr. Randall Myers.
Oh, that's fine. Randall Myers, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. Yeah, the concern I have with Mr. Cipriano is he has a pretty bad drug history. And the concern I have is letting him out without sufficient training and substance abuse treatment really is not, I don't want to set him up for failure. I think a long-term substance abuse treatment program would be good for him. I know he's taking the living in balance, but I think he needs a lot more than that from what I'm seeing in the record. There's victim opposition. One victim, he stole about $35,000 worth of copper, and the victim found out after, and that's part of the pre-parole. Found out after that there was additional damages caused as a result of the stealing of that copper. That's going to cost them 75 to 100,000 is more like what it is. That his residence plan is right near that location that he stole from. So the victim is opposed to him living at that spot as well. At this time, I think he needs, I'm opposed to him getting out without having completing a long-term substance abuse treatment program. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis.
Good morning.
Good morning.
There you go.
How are you this morning? I went through your case and I just listened to you a few minutes ago. Tell me something, what was causing you to commit the crimes you've done?
I was on some drugs that I thought I needed to take these things to get on drugs.
Supply of drugs. Okay. Also, you say you've been reformed. Tell me about some of the classes that you've taken. I mean, I heard the warden say the classes you've taken, but what are the ones that impact you the most?
Victim impact, because I found out of the crime, the victim, how they react after doing the crime. A&A, you speak about you to help you be a better citizen.
A citizen. And you're working on your GED at this point?
I'm in night school.
Night school. There was another question I wanted to ask you. If you release, and I think it was read that where you would live, the DA was saying you wanted to live in the same community where you did these crimes?
That's where my residence been all my life. We own that property.
Okay. What kind of work are you planning to do once you get out?
I'm a fisherman. I have a job as soon as I get out. My boss on the Miss Edna, Gary Rogers.
Have you taken some drug classes since you've been incarcerated?
Drug class?
Yes.
A&A is drug. Living in balance. Free release. Got a little victim impact.
How long have you been incarcerated?
26 months.
26 months.
Over 2 years.
Over 2 years. Okay, I have no more questions.
Okay, accidents, have you ever done time before?
I had that time. I did 13 and a half months. Had a 3 years.
Okay, well, what happened then? You just wasn't ready to change? This time you are?
Sure. I was still in the mindset of, just being free out there. Didn't really, had a mindset like I do now.
How you got the pen?
I had ordered this from one of the dealers in Home Depot parking lot, or Lowe's parking lot.
I have no question, Ms. Ledoux. Okay, is the panel ready to vote?
Yes. Mr. Lust, at this time, I think you need to apply yourself with some more classing and more training. Work harder on your drug rehabilitation. And my vote today would be to deny.
Ms. Ledoux?
My vote is to deny parole. You've had 3 unsuccessful supervision periods, and I think that you need to go ahead and wait till your good time date. You have victim opposition as well as law enforcement opposition.
And I concur with my colleagues. law enforcement opposition and victim opposition, and you've only served 2 years and you're a habitual offender. So my vote is to deny. Good luck to you, sir. Okay, the parole board is back in order. We're back in the ball. My name is Pete Freeman. I am the acting chair. Along with me is Mr. Ledoux to my left, Mr. Tillis to my right. We're here now to hear the case on Adam Martin. I am gonna read some things into the record. Mr. Martin, if you don't agree with one of them, we'll discuss it and see if we can straighten it out. Mr. Martin, I have you as a first felony offender. Your parole date is 6/24/24. Your full term date is 9/25/25. You were sentenced to a total of 5 years for indecent behavior with a juvenile, 2 counts. Is that information correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Martin, why don't you tell us a little bit about what went on with you and your family, and then why you think we should let you out today?
Yes, sir. I was going through a lot of problems back then. I had an abuse problem. I had problems with my anger. I had problems with having a lot of responsibility and not being prepared for it. What I did was really horrible thing, you know, amongst other things. So, downward spiral. You know, I'm really sorry for.
Any reason why you think we ought to let you out today? Why should we let you go?
Well, it would be great to have help getting out. It would be great to have assistance instead of being just let out on my own. And I know parole helps people, you know, get on their feet. Any assistance, any help, job, place to stay, you know, any kind of help and accountability. I want to prove myself that I've changed. I know I've changed, but to be able to prove you takes time. It takes effort. It takes a lifetime, really, to, you know, and I want that opportunity, and I would love to be, as soon as I can, to be able to help my children, and at minimum financially. And that's been on my mind and my heart this whole time, is, you know, as a father, is you know, just broke up and having to rebuild within that, and seeing the bigger picture of my crime and how many people it affected, and going from, I mean, what you would say, feeling sorry for myself, you know, as far as just being just desperate to suicidal, to coming out of that and saying, look, man, it's time, and I've done it, and I'm amazed at myself at all what God allowed me to accomplish, as far as just on a spiritual level, and in the physical it shows as well. And I just, man, yeah, I would love an opportunity to make amends, and just like I said, any help would be a lot better than going out there in a year without help.
Okay, Warden, you have anything to say about it?
Yes, sir, Mr. Freeman, I'm back. How my new deputy warden do with the last case?
Did real good. Did real good. Matter of fact, I forgot to call on you, and he cut me off real quick. Let me know that it was his turn to speak.
All right, well, good. Sorry about that. So, you know, Mr. Martin, he's done a lot of good things since being with us. You know, he's received a lot of certificates, obtained his GED, which I'm proud of him for. He completed forklift training, masonry, just a lot of skills training, nurturing parent. He's enrolled in victim impact, which he'll graduate that tomorrow, which I'm happy to see. But somehow or another, and this is, you know, we have to take a little bit of responsibility on this one. He has slipped through the cracks and hasn't received any sex offender programming. And I honestly, I can't answer to that why today. Normally we're very good about that, and so that's again, we'll take a little responsibility on that. And also through my conversation with him yesterday during our interview, I found he had in the admission summary, he had claimed to not have a substance abuse problem, but during our conversations yesterday, I found that he had a bad problem with alcohol, a very bad problem. He told me he began drinking when he was very young, continued, and he drank in excess, and alcohol was a part of this problem. He said he was intoxicated when he committed some of these crimes. So, as much good as he's done, I want to, over the next year that he has left here with us, get him in the training, get him in the proper programming that he needs, get him in the substance abuse programming and some sex offender treatment. I think he needs that before he's ready.
Okay, thank you. It's just a note, I see that he had 0 write-ups. The case was assigned to me, by the way. You didn't have an employment and a residence plan, so we're gonna have to find one for you. Okay, so he has no residence, no employment. You have a pretty bad criminal record. Tell me about this domestic abuse battery in 2012. What was that about?
That was a part of my downward spiral, and as far as being alcohol, not eating healthy, and just running ragged caused me to expect everybody to be doing what I want them to do, and nobody lived up to what my standards were, and I just had this crazy outlook on life at the time, and alcohol is not the cause of the problem, but it was the go-to to justify it or to forget about accountability, responsibility. And yeah.
Got that. What about the 4 counts of violating the protective order? Was that after you had got arrested and you were violating it, or that was from before?
Pretty sure that was after.
2 were after, 2 were before. It looked like to me.
Okay, I have no further questions. So we'll do.
I just want to note that you received a huge plea agreement, and you have only a 5-year sentence. Because in reading the report, those could have been charges carrying more like a 20-year sentence.
Yes, ma'am. The circumstances of the case was, I guess, I don't know how to say it. It was discussed with the judge, and the judge knew more about, what really happened and stuff. And I was the one who, I turned myself in. Nobody was there to sit there and say he did this.
Right. I saw that you turned yourself in, and you did admit to the charge too, correct?
Yes.
Is the panel ready to vote? Do you have any questions?
No, I'm good. We can vote.
Okay, I'm gonna vote because the case was given to me first. Mr. Martin, due to, we need that sex offender, due to lack of sex offender treatment and the serious nature of the crime, my vote today is to deny.
Yes.
My vote is also to deny, based on criminal history, and the fact that you got such a huge break and you've only served a half percent.
Yes.
I'll vote deny. And I also feel that you should have some sexual abuse classes, alcohol and drug.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes today. Your parole's been denied. Thank you, Warden, for accommodating us. And, see you the next time.
And
Thank you.
53.
I know.
Yeah, I see 5 boxes up there and his name's on the top. That's it. Hello? Hello? Oh. What do I do? That's it. Just sit there. Okay.
Okay, good morning. Board is called to order. Now we are at Hunt Correctional Center. Warden, would you introduce yourself and your staff?
I'm Deputy Warden Benjamin Maddox.
Christy LeBlanc, classification.
Joe Buttress, Assistant Warden.
Okay, thank you. Also on the panel with me today, my name is Pete Freeman. I'll be the acting chair. Ms. Ledoux is to my left and Mr. Tillis is to my right. Okay, so I'm gonna read some stuff into the record and please tell me if anything's wrong with what I say, Mr. Brown. Okay, Mr. Brown, you are a first felony offender. Your parole date is 2/19/2024. You're not eligible for good time. Your full term date is 6/20/26. You received a 3-year and 6-month sentence for molestation of a juvenile. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you tell us why you think we should let you out today and tell us what happened? What were you doing?
Well, what happened during that time period?
Yes.
It was approximately about 16 years ago. She walked in on me in the bedroom and she tried to tickle me from behind when I came out of the shower. And that's when everything started happening back then. And I tried to tell her, you know, let me get out the room. And she kept on. She kept asking me questions and stuff like that. And one thing led to another. And what happened after that, I was really highly ashamed of. You know, I should never have happened. I beat myself up for about 16 years and made myself sick. But she touched me. That's as far as it went for us, touching me and stuff like that. And I've been ashamed of it ever since. It should never happen. And I've been trying to find a way to forgive myself for the things I have done, because I was in deep shame. So I went back to church, looked for answers, went back to my Bible, looked for answers, and I have found the answers I've been looking for in order for me to, what I have done and I shouldn't have never done. And I think during that time period, I believe it was I kept telling her mama to keep her out of the room and to put a lock on my door because she always wanted, she would like to play like grandpa. like all my grandchildren always like to play stick behind you, tickle you. And that's how it all started. And I
Okay.
was came out the shower and like I said, I'm ashamed of it. It never had happened. I made myself sick over that. And it's disgusting. I should never have done that. I shouldn't have allowed that to even happen. I mean, all the children I helped raise, I have 2 nieces and grandmothers now. I raised my granddaughter. And she still lives with us. She's like 23 right now. That was the only time this like that ever happened. Like I said, I have deep regrets for having someone that trusted me, and I ruined that trust. I prayed several times a day since that happened. I actually God forgive me for that, because I cannot forgive myself. I cannot. And like I say, I really ate up about that.
Okay. All right. Marty, do you have anything else you'd like to say?
I don't have anything to add, sir.
Okay, I'm talking, Mr. Brown, you have anything else you'd like to say? I saw you look down at your paperwork.
Yes, sir. I have a lot of Bible courses I have taken because I can't find.
We have all of your courses you took.
Yes, sir. I have a whole bunch of them I have taken.
Right.
And also certificates.
Yes, sir, we got them all.
Yes, sir. I have, my wife was trying to say, but she's able to do anything because of the condition.
They have copies.
Huh?
They have copies of it. The board has copies of everything.
Oh, you do have copies? Oh,
Yes,
good.
sir.
Oh, I'm glad. I didn't think it made it through.
No, I got all of that.
Oh, okay. You have the letters everybody wrote from my church?
I do.
And also the one my son wrote?
Yep, I got you. We got all of that in our file. I don't know the son rather. It's all in file. Yes, sir. We have everything in the file.
Okay, I didn't know you even received it. I was worried about that. It really was. Because like my son, he wrote it like I'm proud of the letter he wrote. Because he one time he was, he worked with Paris Parole. Now he's a school teacher, which I'm proud of my son. He's been doing good. And his granddaughter, my granddaughter, his daughter, is fixing to be a lawyer. I'm kind of proud of her too, But that's all I have to say, sir. I mean, that I'm really ashamed of what happened. And I guarantee you, that's not ever gonna. I mean, have raised a lot of children.
Okay.
But like I say, I beat myself up today, even today. I still beat myself up for that. I pray to God that forgiveness. But thank you anyway, sir. Oh, Sister Karen, Joanne.
Okay, all right, let's move on. In favor, we have Stacy Brown, your sister. Miss Brown, what do you want to tell us?
Hi, I wanted to echo the sentiments of my brother. I know throughout his life he's been a responsible person, has raised children and grandchildren, and even when I was growing up, as far as I knew, nothing has ever happened with any of us growing up, being around him. Besides that, he's been a respectable person in the community. He's been in the military in the past, as far as the Marines and the National Guard. He's also been an employee of the prison system in the past. And he's always been active in volunteer work in his with the fire department and with the VFW hall and things like that. And I know that whatever decision you do make, we all will respect that decision. But if he is allowed to go back home and serve out the remainder of his parole, and even for the rest of his life, he will adhere to whatever stipulations are going to be placed on his freedom, because I know a charge like this is serious. And then once he's back out into the community, he will have to, make sure he doesn't do certain things and don't go to certain places. So I know that he'll be there to follow whatever rules that are set forth for him. And I personally am worried about his health and his wife's health, because they are older and have a lot of different medical issues. And they've often just been there both for each other, because they've been married for, I think, almost 50 years now, 46 years. So I know that they need each other just to help make it through, day-to-day life, that kind of thing. So.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Malvina Blackledge.
Sister.
Half sister, is she on?
Yes, hi.
No, no speaking.
Okay, you're not speaking, okay. But I just wanted to notify that you were on, okay?
Well, if
All
you have
right,
a question, I'll answer it.
Ma'am?
If you
No,
have
ma'am,
any
we don't have any
questions.
questions. No, ma'am. But thank you for being here and support. Okay, now we're gonna go to the opposition. First, we will go to Robin Papera, the victim's friend. Robin, what do you have to tell us?
I'm actually the victim's aunt.
Okay.
Yeah, so my mom is actually Gilbert Brown's sister-in-law. There's some backstory to this, which makes this extra upsetting and heinous. In the 1980s, actually, my sister went to live with my aunt and my uncle in Louisiana after actually being molested by her father. So my sister is Shyla's, the victim's mother. So my sister was molested, and she went to live with Gilbert and my aunt as a solace. So she left North Carolina and went to Louisiana. Obviously, sadly, history repeated itself in Louisiana. So my sister, after a divorce from her husband and being stranded in Washington State, actually came to live with me in the 90s in North Carolina. That's where she had Shyla, who was an innocent, obviously, little girl, 3 years old when she went to live in Louisiana with Gilbert and Karen. And Gilbert actually used the term 16 years. So if you subtract that from how old Shyla is today, she was under the age of 5. So Stephanie, my sister, didn't actually think that Gilbert would hurt her daughter. My sister's not alive to stand up for her daughter or herself, unfortunately. Before she died, she actually put in testimony that the same thing had happened to her by both my father and I don't know what the correct word is, but potentially Gilbert. So my sister as well. I actually view Gilbert as an opportunistic monster. The fact that this had happened to my sister and now she had her little girl living in the same home is unusually just cruel. We would find out later that it wasn't just Shyla, that there was like extra harassment going on with Stephanie as well. The fact that my uncle, who we trusted, would do this to a little girl for so long is just absolutely abhorrent. Shyla would actually grow up to be an outcast with outbursts and antisocial. She was admitted to a mental health facility in her teens for harming herself and for trying to commit suicide. And through therapy is actually how we found out that she had been molested, not because Gilbert felt guilty and the need to repent through the Bible. It was actually the victim who came forward and said, "This happened to me," by someone who she trusted, who was supposed to have protected her, not preyed on her. Shyla would be able to describe parts of Gilbert's body in detail to prove that she did, that what happened to her happened. And she's not here today, there with you, because she's still not mentally well from what happened to her. She's not a productive member of society. She's not Gilbert's children who have done incredibly well and a granddaughter who is going to be an attorney. She's not that because she was abused. And it was, again, heinous. The research, and I'm sure you all know this, shows that without intense therapy, child molesters will likely commit the same crime again within 2 to 5 years. And 90% of those abused are abused by somebody they know and trust. And those abusers, luckily, this one apparently recognizes what he did was wrong. Maybe he can be rehabilitated, maybe not. But Shyla has received a lifetime of pain. She'll never be that same 3-year-old who went to live in Louisiana for solace. I hear an apology, but I don't know that I feel that apology. I don't know that rehabilitation therapy has happened while he's been there. And he does have access to other children in his life and will have access to more in the future. The average sentence for a child sexual offender is 211 months in the United States. And many don't see prison at all. I'm thankful that Gilbert has seen prison. This sentence was significantly under what the average is. To release him is unjust to Shyla and the other children to whom he may have access. I ask that parole actually be denied, that his short sentence for hurting a child isn't enough as it stands. He was a volunteer fireman, a prison guard employed by the state, and most importantly, a trusted uncle. He violated a child and all that he stood for in those trusted positions. I think my opinion is to keep him where he is in prison.
I'll wrap it up. Okay,
Thank you.
you. Thank you. Okay,
Therefore, these two.
Denise Strickland, Brent.
This is not anymore. She's not speaking.
Okay. Mr. Thomas Moore?
Yes, sir.
Okay, would you approach the podium and tell us what you have to say, sir?
Hard to even know where to start with it. How did it impact our family? How did it impact Shyla? When I found out what happened, I actually took custody of my niece. I'm a single man, have 3 businesses, but I believe every child should have a chance and be protected and not hurt. This is a generational issue in my family, which all the family knows about. When my sister and brother were originally sent to Louisiana, it was to be protected by my aunt and my uncle. They invited them into their homes. They offered my mother the help that they felt she needed at that time. Stephanie had already been sexually abused, and only a predator would see that and see that he has another opportunity to do it again, which is what happened. I was present when I found out what happened with Shyla. My sister's first words to my face, and I was a witness of it, is that SOB did the same thing to me. When I looked at her and asked her how could she leave her child alone with him in disgust of her, which I'm sad I looked at her that way because it's generational, and I don't think that she ever got help. But she said, he told me he only had a thing for me. There is no doubt in God's grand creation that this was not a mistake. There is no doubt in God's grand creation that he is anything less than a pedophile or a monster. And there is no doubt that he will do it again. In front of all of y'all just now, he pointed out every way that some little 4-year-old girl made a mistake. How can a 4-year-old girl make a mistake? He didn't say he made a mistake. He put it on her. On top of that, took 4 years to even get him to walk into a police department here in Louisiana. I fought that battle myself for 4 years, by myself, with no help. I found every piece of evidence Louisiana needed to convict him, from forensic interviews from police departments to committing my niece into a hospital in Cumberland, Virginia, and driving every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks. The only parent out of all of them to support their child. Louisiana lost all the evidence. They call me up and tell me 3 DAs in, we're real sorry, Mr. Moore. This case is the oldest case on the docket, and unfortunately, there's not enough evidence to try it, and we're going to drop it. I went and found as much evidence as I can and recovered it and brought it to the new DA. And she told me that I should feel lucky. They offered a 3.5 year plea deal for Gilbert, and I should feel lucky that he got that. The ball has been dropped everywhere. It would be a huge injustice just on itself. My sister, I love her. I'm glad she heard an apology. I did not. I heard a man blame everyone for everything except for owning his heinous act. And he should be there for 35 years, not 3.5. I would lose all faith in justice if he did not stay there.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your comment. Okay, now we will have Mr. Butch Wilson, 22nd JDC, Assistant DA.
Yes, sir. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm sorry Mr. Moore took issue with the prosecution of this case. I can assure him that we handled it to the best of our abilities and based on the proof that was present. Having said that, on behalf of the district attorney, I'm a bit confused about what Mr. Brown thinks he did wrong. I heard a lot of hemming and hawing during his speech or whatever it was a few minutes ago. He continues to maintain this ridiculous story that this child walked in on him while he was masturbating. That is not what the child related. That's not what he pled guilty to. What he has come here to tell you today is that he is sorry for the fact that he's in jail, but he really didn't do anything wrong. That flies in the face of the proof in this case, and it is more than an adequate basis for this man to serve every single bit of his sentence. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you getting on with us today.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Brown, your case has been assigned to me, so I'm gonna ask the questions. I'm not gonna ask a lot of questions because quite frankly, I don't think I need to ask a lot. First thing you did was blame it on the child. Man, that gets under my skin. You blamed it on the child. You had to lock the child out. I mean, I'm sorry. I have no question.
Mr. Brown, I have no questions. I think that everything we've seen today will be indicative in our vote.
I have no questions.
Okay, we're gonna vote now. I vote first. As I said, I see no taking of responsibility. I see no remorse due to victim opposition and law enforcement opposition. My vote today is to deny your parole.
My vote is also to deny based on victim and law enforcement opposition.
My vote's also to deny. I concur with Mr. Chairman.
Okay, your parole has been denied. Okay, the parole board is called back to order. My name is Pete Freeman. I'm the acting chair. To my left is Ms. Ledoux. To my right is Mr. Tillis. Today, we're here for the parole hearing on Steve Stewart. I am going to read some information into the record, Mr. Stewart. If you have any disagreements, we can discuss it. Mr. Stewart, you are a first felony offender. You have a parole date of 11/16/2023. You have a good time date of 3/11/43. You have a full term date of 10/6/2092. You were originally sentenced to a life sentence for second-degree murder. That sentence was commuted to 99 years. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have plenty people here, so we're gonna try to get through this and name everybody that's here and stuff that's gonna be participating today. In opposition, we have Mr. Bernard Sanchez and Ms. Stephanie Sanchez. They're here with us at headquarters. Attorney, we have Adrian Hutchinson. Ms. Hutchinson. Okay, when they said Gemma Bourgeois, she's there with you?
Yeah, she's a law clerk for LPP this summer. So she's just here in support with LPP.
Okay, thank you. Carrie Myers from the Louisiana Parole Project. Stacy Palazzola, I'm sorry. Chaplain Hunt. Timothy Wilkins, friend. Mercedes Stewart, mother. Sherry Crossley, friend. Charles DeGravo, friend. Chantel Gardner, cousin. Tara Raven, girlfriend. Ronald Oliver, friend. Gaynell Stewart, sister-in-law. Olivier Dickinson, niece. John Dickinson family. Lloyd Giroux, friend. Sidney Martin, friend. Jessica Williams, friend. Jill Jasmine, friend. Carrie Stewart, brother. Roy Waller, friend. Mary Waller, friend. Arthur Rose, chaplain. Michael Palmer, chaplain. Brian Johnson, friend. And John Foon, Project Hunt Correctional Center. Did I skip anyone? Okay. Okay, so as I stated, today we're here for the parole hearing on Steve Stewart. Mr. Stewart, please tell me what you did in this offense, what led up to it, and why should we consider paroling you today?
Yes, sir. First of all, I would like to explain to the board that I don't take any delight in really talking about my crime because I really don't want to make it seem like it was the victim's fault. Because everything that happened, it was because I made a bad decision. So Brock and I, we knew each other because we had previous dealing with each other. And on a particular morning, Mr. Brock came through to purchase drugs. I told him I didn't have any drugs. Then he asked me if I could exchange a large bill for him. I told him yes. I gave him the money, and he pulled off with it, and I ended up shooting him. I shot him in the shoulder, and I shot at the truck a few times, and that was it. That's what happened.
Okay, and tell us why should we consider letting you out today?
Well, the reason I don't think that I should automatically be released. I think that that the board should consider the things that I've done throughout my incarceration to show that, to see whether I'm worthy of release. There are a few contrasts that I would like to present to the board. When I committed this crime, I was 21 years old, and now I'm 53. When I committed this crime, I had an 8th grade education. Now I'm sitting before you with a bachelor's degree. in Christian ministry. And I have several vocational trades. At that time, I wasn't employable, but now I'm employable. I can go out and I can contribute to society. As a pastor, a mentor, or someone who's volunteered as a hospice volunteer for the last 25 years, it have taught me the value of life. It taught me how to be compassionate toward others. It has taught me the importance of life, not just how a person live, but also how a person died and die with dignity. So I believe that those things can transfer to society. And I believe that if you give me the opportunity to continue my sentence out there in society, that I'll be an asset to the community.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Ward, what do you have to say about Mr. Stewart?
I would just add that Mr. Stewart has an excellent disciplinary record. Hasn't had any write-ups at all in 15 and a half years. Only one disciplinary report in the last 24 years, and that was 15 and a half years ago for a simple fight with another inmate. He is a good example of rehabilitation here in the prison. He serves as a lead mentor for some of our programming for inmates who struggle with substance abuse and behavioral issues. So he carries himself in as a positive light and a role model to them, and helps them in their rehabilitative process.
Okay. Okay, now we're gonna go to those that are in favor of his release. Mr. Kerry Myers.
Good morning, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We're here to support Mr. Stewart primarily because of the totality of Mr. Stewart's rehabilitation. I know this board considers difficult cases every single day. None of them, when especially a violent crime, there's no such thing as a good violent crime. They're all bad. The difference is, who is the person before you now? The 21-year-old Mr. Stewart doesn't exist anymore. Steve Stewart is someone I know personally, in addition to advocating for here today as a person who would participate in our program. He is as prepared and ready as anyone I've ever seen to be here in front of you today. His record, as the warden said, is exemplary. His character to be in the position that he's in there as a mentor, as a lead mentor, it's a hand-selected position. He was brought there to Hunt Correctional specifically to help develop the programs there. He has earned a bachelor's degree. He has done everything that is possible. And I don't believe that the Department of Corrections can do anything more for Mr. Stewart. We're here to help him in his transition. 32 years of incarceration. He has to relearn the world. He needs a steady, safe place to do that. Parole Project will provide that. We'll provide him with a mentor to guide him through the process. He'll have the benefit of our full capabilities and resources to help him through that. Once he is ready to leave us, he has a support system. But should he choose to stay in the Baton Rouge area, we will find him employment. He is employable. He has an HVAC certification. He's highly employable. So we would ask this board to consider Mr. Stewart and the man he is today in making their decision and grant his parole today.
Okay, Ms. Stacy Palazola.
Stacy Pulzola, I'm the Catholic chaplain at Glen Hunt. I met Steve in 2014 in some activities that were occurring in the chapel. We have maintained a relationship through faith-based activities What I was able to witness is a gentleman who has accepted the challenges of his incarceration by trying to become a better version of the young man who was in jail 32 years ago. He's taken advantage of every educational opportunity, career training, life skills, every type of training, and he's mastered them. After mastering them, then he became an instructor to teach others and try and give them the same opportunity. His leadership and his mentorship skills have earned him a great deal of respect on the compound, as well as with the staff. He has a great work ethic, he's motivated, and he serves his brothers in a tremendous spirit of humility. I believe honestly that Steve can be a very successful and productive member of society, and I personally would be happy to have him as a neighbor. I think he is a wonderful candidate of what successful rehabilitation looks like.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Powell. Next, we're gonna have, Timothy Wilkinson, a friend.
Good morning. My name is Tim Wilkinson. I have the privilege and pleasure to speak from my behalf as well as from Steve Stewart's mother's behalf, Ms. Mercedes Stewart, who's here with us today. There are a lot of things that can be said about Steve, about his accomplishments, the educational components. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about who the person is and his heart and what he does. You know, it takes a special kind of person to spend 25 years nursing folks who are at their end of life. It takes a special kind of person to dive into ministry to help folks come to God. You know, I remember at one point I was incarcerated in my life, and Steve had a big love for Kairos, and we would go Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we'd go the weekend, listening to other men minister to us about the love of God. And by doing that, he was not only depositing into other people, he was depositing into the people that they would reach out and touch as well. Ms. Stewart suffers from congenital heartbreak. She loves her son. She misses her son. She knows that her son made some bad decisions. And he knows that as well. He's taking accountability for what has happened. He's very remorseful. And we are praying for, hopeful that this board, in all of your responsibility, will find reason to grant his release. The last thing I'll say before I take my seat is that I came before this board not long ago. I've been out of prison for some years, and about a year ago, I was before this board. And since that time, since this board said to me, we are hereby granting you, I managed to land a job working as project manager for Louisiana Parole Project. I'm married, and for the first time in my life, in 2 weeks, I'm getting ready to buy my first house. I want to be clear with you. That is a direct result of this board, this entity believing in rehabilitation. It is impossible for me to have been here before you if not for Steve Stewart. See, he coached me 25 years ago when he had no chance of coming home. And in no way do we disregard what happened in this situation. Horrible. I'm here to say that man today, he's not that 21-year-old man from over 30 years ago. We ask and we pray for release. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we'll hear from Ms. Hutchinson. Ms. Hutchinson.
Good morning, board. Thank you for your time today. Today, we asked the board not to evaluate whether Steve has served enough time, because we know parole doesn't remove the sentence, but rather changes the manner in which he serves his sentence. Today, we ask you to evaluate and determine whether Steve has proven through his almost 32 years in prison whether or not confinement within the Department of Corrections is still necessary, or if his showing of remorse and his record of rehabilitation, maturity, discipline, and self-control are substantial enough to prove that he is not a threat to society and can serve the remainder of his sentence under the supervision of the Department of Probation and Parole. So let's discuss some of those factors, right? So we know that the board wants to make sure that Steve is done with criminal activity and that the Steve of today is a rule follower. So we can look to his Tiger score, which indicates a low risk of recidivating, or that at 53 years old, Steve has substantially aged out of criminal activity. Or that he's followed the rules within the institution with only 8 infractions in almost 32 years, his last one in 2008, and a trustee status that allows him to work and go about the institution freely, all right? Next, we would go on and ask whether or not Steve has done what is necessary to be successful in society. The opposite of what he was doing before, all right? So Steve has acknowledged that he was undereducated at the time of the crime. He had an 8th grade education when he entered the drug trade and couldn't sustain or maintain any type of gainful employment. The Steve of today has a GED, an associate's degree, and a bachelor's degree from the New Orleans Baptist Theological Seminary. And if you see the cover letter of my brief in pages 3 and 4, he has multiple vocational certificates, HVAC, diesel tech, electrical tech, to name a few, but it's about 17 of them. He has guaranteed immediate employment upon release with his brother, who has a cleaning service, but also within his package, you'll see that he will go on and be assessed and receive on-site training from Employee BR for long-term career placement. And next, we ask you to evaluate Steve's remorse, his maturity and humility, and his growth and rehabilitation. Steve has taken all the victim awareness classes, but additionally, he participates yearly in Victims Awareness Week at Hunt. He never wants to forget the effects of the crime and what it has done to a family and community. His maturity and humility are shown in over 2 decades of hospice and end-of-life care. As he stated, making sure men who die within the institution pass along with dignity and they're never alone. He's taking classes on transferable diseases to make sure that the hospice team stays safe. He cleans the men after they pass, consoles the family, and helps with the burial and the cremations. He also takes end-of-life care classes for caregivers because we know how hard that can be on a person. But he's remained in this place and persevered with it. His growth and rehabilitation through programming, it's immense. Pages 2 through 9 of the brief go through, again, 2 decades of hospice care, 17 vocational certificates, 2 degrees, over 25 classes that Steve has either facilitated, mentored, or tutored, and participation in over 70 faith-based self-help or DOC programs. This includes being the coordinator of the transition program, which also does the residential drug abuse program, and the senior pastor of the non-denominational Christian Brotherhood Fellowship.
Can you kind of wrap it up for us, please, ma'am?
Sure. If I can talk about, just lastly, there's a letter in his brief from Dr. Searcy, who is the corrections program manager here at Hunt. Dr. Searcy said of Steve, who he's known for 10 years, he serves with incredible distinction in the face of highly challenging situations, and he remains solid. He specifically asked the board to give Steve the relief, as he could only hope to have him as a neighbor. So today, I really ask the board to look at all that Steve has done. He's done it officially and authentically. And I implore you to ask the questions you need to test what needs to be done to give you an ease at this decision, that he no longer needs to serve the rest of his sentence within confinement, and that this can be done through parole. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming today. Okay, next we'll have the opposition, Miss Stephanie Sanchez, sister.
Good afternoon. Me and my family is in opposition of his release.
grief. Deep in your soul, grief. Me and my brother was 11 months apart. We grew up like twins. That grief is just so deep in. What did it do to my family? It caused my mother, the death of my brother caused my mother to be in a mental institution for for a long time. And we had to go visit there because of her grief of losing her son. It's just deep, it really is. Not having my brother in my life, it's awful. It has destroyed a concept of a family that we know today, completely. His release date should be 24. When Steve woke up that morning, he packed a gun, he loaded a gun and he put it in his pants and went to that corner. And why did he do it? It was an intent to use it. He was intent on using it. My brother did not have a chance to do all these things he was doing. He didn't have a chance to be an asset to the community because his life was taken away. A life for a life, should it be? I mean, who knows? But does people change? Of course they do. My brother never had that chance to change. He's in the graveyard, you know, and we have to go visit him there. If Steve is granted release, me and my family, we have a family business that's been there for over 60 years. And everyone in our community knows us. We're vibrant in that community. We ask that he not be released or work in the River Parish area at all. Because of not only what it's done to us, but what it could do. Because last hearing we were at, there was a lot of ugliness on when I walked to my car from all that has occurred of what was said to me. So we ask that if he is released, he not be released to the River Parish or work there. Thank you.
Ma'am. Okay, this case has been assigned to Ms. Ledoux. Ms. Ledoux, would you do the questioning, please?
Mr. Stewart, a lot of people have said a lot of things, and I have not heard from you enough. I read, I'm not gonna lie, you had 600 and something pages in this report. Probably 200 were all of your certificates. So I didn't read them all, sorry. But I do want to hear from you. I want to hear, since you've taken victim impact, victim awareness, tell me about how this has affected you, this crime.
Well, it has never been easy for me because I understand that the damage that I've caused when I took a life. And I understand the hurt and that loss hurt on so many different levels. And there's nothing that you could ever do to kind of like make it better for the victims. But one of the things that I decided to do is to help people, because I understand that in the process of helping people, you're not hurting them. You're giving them an opportunity you're giving yourself an opportunity and you're giving those people an opportunity to be better. When it comes to victim impact, I didn't understand that the thing that I did, that it was affecting more than just me and Brown, but it affected everybody that was connected to us. I understand that. I understand that if there's anything that I could do to make things better, I would. It's just difficult because I understand that the trauma that's involved. And when Brock was killed, and when I found out that he was killed,
I think you need to rephrase that, not when Brock was killed. How should that be stated?
When I took Brock's life.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. When I took Brock's life and I realized that he was deceased, I turned myself in. I turned myself in because I realized that I didn't want to kill him. In spite of all that happened, it wasn't my intent to kill him. And I'm sorry. If I could go back and do things differently, I wish I would have never had a gun. I wish I would have never been out there in the streets or committing crime. So those are the things that I realized that I had done bad. And ever since then, I've been working on becoming a better person, a person that people can see as someone who's dependable, someone who has integrity, someone who has compassion. And that's what I've been working on every year. They have victim awareness program here at the prison. I always participate in the victim awareness program because I understand that this is hard for the victim and everybody that's involved. I understand the pain that's involved in it. And I'm deeply sorry for what happened. And I can't say it enough. And I take full responsibility.
What happened, not for what happened, for what.
For what I did.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand why I'm doing this?
Yes, ma'am.
I need to hear you take responsibility and you own it.
Yes, ma'am. I did. I'm taking responsibility for it. I did commit the crime. And ma'am, it hurts that I did take his life. And that's why it's always difficult for me to talk about it, because I know what I did was wrong. And I wish there was something that I could do to make things different, to make it different.
So you've been participating in hospice for quite some time. What has been the most important thing you've learned personally through hospice care?
The most important thing I've learned through hospice care is being compassionate, helping people to pass from this life to the next with dignity, the value of life and how important life is to people. And not only that people want to know that they're loved and that they're cared for and that they don't want to be alone at the end of life. And that's important. In fact, one of the things that we do here with hospice care, we make sure that none of the guys die alone. We have what you call vigil. We sit with them for 24 hours, and we make sure that they're never by themselves. We make sure that they're clean. The things that they cannot do for themselves, we make sure that we do it for them. And at one point in time, I thought I wouldn't be able to do such a thing, but the more that I work with the men, and I realized that they appreciate us being there for them.
Mr. Stewart, I'm going to give the opportunity to my colleagues to ask any questions they may have.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stewart. How are you?
Good, sir.
You said earlier that you knew the victim?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said, well, I'm asking, you went through Palros Ministry?
Yes, sir.
You did?
Yes, sir. Did
you share any of your cookies?
Yes, sir. Yes, I did.
You do realize in Palros that it teaches you the choices we make are the choices we have to live with, right?
Yes, sir.
I went through your file and you've really tried to do good, and I really appreciate that. What you did was wrong, and you're living with it. And I hope that you can keep up the good work. That's all the questions I have.
After parole project, where are you planning on living if you get out?
So, my plans is to go to, live in Sorrento and, with my cousin Ricky. And if not them, try to become a long-term resident at the parole project until I'm able to relocate in, Baton Rouge.
I have no further questions.
I'd like to ask for an executive session.
Can I ask for executive session? Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Can I hear a roll call, please?
Mr. Freeman,
Yes.
Mr. Tillis,
Yes.
Ms. Ledoux.
Yes.
We'll be adjourning for executive session for a few minutes to discuss confidential matters. Okay, we'll call back to order. Would you do a roll call, please?
Mr. Freeman,
Yes.
Mr. Tillis,
Yes.
Ms. Ledoux.
Yeah.
Okay, we're resuming our hearing. I think, the panel is ready to vote. Ms. Dew, since you were,
I took lead on this case. We've all reviewed it carefully. There's a balance here. I'm saying this to educate, okay? There's a balance here. You have so many factors. The number one factor I look at is public safety. That's what we've been given the charge is to evaluate public safety. I also look at the amount of time served, victim opposition and law enforcement, the rehabilitative process, the amount of support in prison conduct. Based on the review of all of those factors today, my vote is to grant parole with some conditions. And that would be no contact with anyone in the area that the offense took place.
tell us,
My vote is to concur with Ms. Lanu.
how old are you, Mr. Steve?
53, sir.
53. When you turn 54?
I turn 54 in July next year.
The only thing was holding me up is that, you know, when you came for your clemency, they had said that they wanted you to be 55 before consideration, but that does not override anything. So that's kind of holding me up, and we do have strong opposition from the district attorney. We have opposition from the victims. So, it's my hang up. I mean, it is. I mean, I'm on the pardon committee too, and they wanted you paroled after you turn 55. And it's too long for me to grant that far out. What is the river parishes you're talking about, ma'am? What's the parishes of your store?
Yeah, like LaPlace, Fletcher, Reserve, Jarrville.
Okay.
Those are-
I'm gonna definitely keep him off of those areas. Sorrento, okay.
I don't think about your Sorrento on there.
Okay, but I was Riverman.
St. James,
St. John.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you know, you've done everything. What can I say? You've done everything, but these victims still do suffer and they don't need to suffer anymore. I'm also gonna vote to. I'm still hung up on that 55. Y'all know that. I got to vote to deny. I'm sorry. The clemency said 55. When you turn 55, I'm gonna tell the victims right here now, if I'm on the board, I am gonna vote for this man to get out when he turns 55. Okay, but that was what the clemency said, and that's when they want you out. So, you know, another year and 10 months, reapply, and I guarantee you'll get one vote.
Next question. Yeah, because we're not gonna leave. Okay. Thank you. All right. Awesome.
Okay, the parole board is called back to session. My name is Pete Freeman. I am the acting chair. Along with me today is Ms. Ledoux to my left, Mr. Tillis to my right. Today we are here for the parole hearing on Bryan Boone, DOC number 467-735. Mr. Boone, you are a first felony offender. Your parole date is 2/21/24. You're not eligible for good time. Your full term date is 11/27/27. Your total sentence was 25 years for the charge of forcible rape. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right. We have several speakers here today. Speaking in favor will be Jackie Boone Sr., brother, Dr. Sanders, Education Department Headquarters, Leslie Papera, sister. Speaking in opposition will be Carolyn Lewis, victim's mother, on Zoom. Lynette Guthrie, victim's aunt, on Zoom, and also on Zoom is Charles Lewis, victim's uncle. So we're gonna get started now. Mr. Boone, tell us what you did to get you in there, what led up to it, and why should we consider letting you out today?
Yes, sir. In 2002, I assumed that was gonna be a good year for me, and I started drinking again. And I caught a DWI, which instead of going and getting help, I allowed that shame and that guilt to continue my drinking. And to the point where 1 week before I caught this crime, I was fired from a job because of my drug and alcohol abuse. The morning of the crime, my wife at the time woke me up and told me that I was going to have to be the caregiver for my stepdaughter because she was going to have to go to work and we didn't have a caregiver coming in that day. So as soon as my wife left for work, I went out to the truck and got a bottle of vodka and came back in to fill myself a drink. Went back to the bedroom and rolled myself a joint and turned on some pornography and began to masturbate. During that time, my stepdaughter called from the living room that her TV program was over and that she was finished eating. I proceeded to go into the living room and raped my stepdaughter on the floor in the living room. Afterwards, cleaning myself up, got her dressed, and proceeded on that day as if nothing had happened. Later that afternoon, once my wife got home, my daughter needed to use the bathroom. My wife was preparing dinner. My wife asked me to bring her, if I would take her. I said yes. When I did, I noticed that there was some blood in her underpants. So I hurried out of the bathroom to go get some clean ones so that maybe I could hide the fact of what had happened earlier that day. My wife heard the commotion. She immediately came in, confronted me. I confessed. She immediately took Brittany and got her in the van and left. At that time, I knew that I was in trouble. I wrote her a note telling her that I loved her, but I wasn't going to go to prison. And I got in my truck and left as well. Later, my wife called me, told me that the police were looking for me. So I turned around and
It was the next morning by then. I turned around and came back. Called a friend who was also an attorney, got him to come with me. He come and met me at my house to bring me to the police department to turn myself in. At that time, I went in the medicine cabinet and got a bottle of pills and took a whole bottle of pills before I turned myself in, hoping to kill myself. I went and turned myself in. After being booked, I was put in a holding cell. And when I woke up again, I was in an ambulance on my way to the hospital. And it was told to me that my victim found one of the pills that I had taken and told her mother about it. And that's what saved my life.
All right, why should we let you out today?
So, in my 21 years of incarceration, I've come to the conclusion that I cannot be around drugs or alcohol. And I have tried my best to get all the help I can get. I've also turned my life over to helping others as part of my new lifestyle. I seek others to help, and I've been an instructor now for approximately about 12 years of teaching air conditioning and refrigeration to my fellow inmates so that they can get so they can learn skills that when they go out, they won't have to do anything stupid again for money, that they'll have the skills and to be able to work. Also, I've been working on myself and trying to make sure that I have a understanding of what it was that caused me to act out like I did.
Okay. Okay, now we're gonna go to the warden. Warden, what do you have to say about Mr. Boone?
I don't have anything to add, sir.
Okay. Then we're gonna go to those that are in favor. Jackie Boone Senior, brother.
Yes, sir, I'm here. Would you like me to speak now? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
You want us to know about your brother?
Well, he was a strong-headed kid back then, and I'm kind of tore up now, and so just bear with me here. But he was a strong-headed kid, and a lot of things just went right. It spiraled out of control. I could tell it was spiraling, and I couldn't do anything for it. I feel guilty about that now. Can't say much more about it. He has changed. I can tell you right now, he is not the same person he used to be at all. I talk with him pretty much at least once or twice a month, and I try to go down there, but I don't get down there enough either. I love him to death, and I'm telling you right now, he's not the same person he was then. I mean, we know what happened, and it was terrible, but he's not the same person. Look, he's given his life to Christ. He's done the things that and it's not just speaking either. He's really tried to turn himself around, and he's helped other people. And I know people who came out that know him and say that he's exemplary. So, I mean, there's not much I can say other than that. He's a great kid. Well, he was a great kid then, and he messed up, but he at least took the responsibility and did what he was supposed to do. Didn't make everybody chase him down and do all that. And you understand him. So I'm sorry I can't speak right now.
That's okay. Thank you for participating. Dr. Sanders. Thank you.
Well, thank the board for allowing me to come before you.
just so you know where I'm coming from, I've worked in training programs in corrections for 43 years. Found that it was my purpose. I'm lucky I get to work my purpose. And I've always dedicated my life to training individuals who have done wrong. And when they go home, they have to have a skill. So I've done a good job with Brian. In fact, just to reiterate, I'm not telling you this accolades for myself, but my life has been given to this. My doctoral dissertation was on, it was a recidivism study from LSIW, LSU. So it proved to me that what we were doing in education and training did have an effect, a very big effect. Whereas you might find recidivism rates as high as 40 to 60% nationwide. The ladies were about 12% when they went through education. So that really made me feel good that I was in a worthwhile position. Presently, I'm a statewide director of our NCCR programs throughout the state, 8 state facilities, maybe a dozen local facilities. I had to come in and set those up because the technical college left. Their funding issues caused them not to be able to concentrate their efforts there, but on the free population. I understand that. But that's why Secretary of Law wanted these programs set up all over. So Brian has been a tutor and an instructor at the Langham Corrections Center in HVAC, as he said. You've seen all the papers. You've seen that he is a certified instructor. I was his trainer to make him a teacher. My job was to make him a teacher in 4 days. He did very well. He has done very well. He was humble from the day I met him, 2003, until today. And humble to the point of averting his eyes even when he talks to me. He looks really remorseful. I'll leave it at that because I'm not supposed to give any personal qualities. This is all business. This is the numbers. Has been a tutor. I did the math as well. He said, well, here. And he's an NCCR instructor, which is kind of a big deal. Anybody would hire him or he could work for himself. And besides that, he took every course we had at Hunt. He's a carpenter. He knows how to fix electronic systems. So he's well prepared for the outside. And numbers, took myself to do math, and if we, the state of Louisiana, had to pay an instructor to do what we did over the years, teaching 240 students one at a time in a year and a half course, we probably saved the state 1.2, 1.3 million, depending on what salaries are for an instructor, because he did a very good job, super knowledgeable. He's dependable. He always comes to us. He's conscientious that when he is at work, he's always doing what he's supposed to do. And I wouldn't have come here if I didn't think he was a salvageable person. And I can't go beyond that. I can't talk about his characteristics because that's an employee of the department. That's all I can do. Stay in numbers, so appreciate you.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Sanders. Dr. Sanders. Leslie Papera.
Yes, sir. So I don't know what to actually say about my brother because he is my older brother and what he did was horrific. I am a mother to 2 teenage daughters. So to even think about what happened and what he actually did makes me sick. But I've also watched him over the last 20 plus years, and he's not the person now that did those I don't know what else to say, but I will tell you just a little bit that, and this, it doesn't speak to the crime, or it doesn't speak even to the person, and that is that over the last 20 years, he's also been incarcerated while his father and his mother passed away, and he didn't get to be here for them. And so I know that he feels that as well. And I know that that's part of his punishment for what he did. And it only makes it that much worse, but it'll never pay for it. That's all.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you coming here and for the comment. Okay, now we're going to the opposition. We will go to Miss Carolyn Lewis.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Miss Lewis. Tell us your name and relationship to the victim, and tell us what you want to tell us.
Okay, well, my name is Carolyn Lewis, and I am the mother of the victim, Brittany Metrojohn. This is what I can say. I was with BRYAN BOONE for 10 years, so it wasn't like a casual relationship. I do not recall drugs. Apparently the wool was pulled way over my eyes. May have been some drinking, but nothing was ever serious. I trusted this man after 10 years. And my daughter is handicapped. She suffered a head injury in a car accident when she was 3 years old. So at the age of 19 is when he raped her. We had been together so long that she did call him daddy. And all she wanted to know afterwards was, why did daddy hurt her? So yes, 20 years has gone by, but what he did will never ever go away. I'm opposed to him getting out anytime soon. I think, unfortunately, I would love for laws to be looked at. And, my daughter is mentally handicapped. This was not some 19-year-old that he decided to have a little sex with. This was a mentally handicapped person that cannot do anything for themselves. So this is not, oops, I slept with her 19-year-old daughter. So my wish is that he just stay in for every second that was allowed by the law. And I wish that the law would change and then nobody would be allowed to come down on the charge for something like that. But that's neither here nor there. I am opposed, and those are the reasons why. Once again, this was a handicapped person that could not say no, could not understand what happened to them. So I'm begging the board to please just let him spend the rest of this time that was allowed by the law that says you have to spend this much time in there for raping a handicapped child. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We know it's very tough, but we appreciate you being here. Miss Lynette Guthrie, victim's aunt.
Hi, yes, this is Lynette Guthrie. The victim is my niece, and I am sister to Carolyn Lewis. I am opposed to any parole prior to his sentence being carried out, full sentence. His act of raping my niece has changed the entire life of my niece and my sister. My niece can do nothing for herself. She does not walk. She is mentally handicapped from a traumatic brain injury and lots of damage to her body. there will never be a time that there is going to be trust for someone to stay alone with my niece. That was taken away. And I have been a witness to the torment that his act of rape to my niece has caused my family. I too was not familiar with any drugs on his part. Also, minimal drinking. I did not see those excessive things from my viewpoint. Again, thank you for allowing me to speak.
Well, we appreciate you speaking, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, this case was assigned to Ms. Ledoux. Ms. Ledoux, would you lead the questioning, please?
In reviewing the adult criminal record, I did see 4 DWI arrests prior to this. You may have had a null prost, or it may have been just a misdemeanor. One says record not found, but there was an arrest. So it's evident that you had some kind of alcoholic history. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I also attended a trauma alcohol and drug abuse through the TOF Center of Baton Rouge in 98.
You were 36 when this crime was committed.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any biological children of your own?
No, ma'am.
I mean, we've discussed, last write-up was in 2019. I don't have a whole lot of questions. I have had a lot of information presented. I have a lot of information in your file. But I don't have a lot of questions that need to be answered still. Okay. My colleagues may have some questions.
I have no
Any
questions.
questions?
I have no questions.
What was your original charge?
I was originally charged with aggravated rape.
Okay, I have no further questions either. Is the panel ready to vote?
Mr. Boone, you were granted a plea agreement to 25 years. I want to commend you for your outstanding prison record. That the things that you have accomplished are extremely noteworthy. You have completed all of your sex offender classes. But in the balance of things, the law enforcement victim opposition is significant. And with the plea agreement, my vote today is to deny parole.
Jill?
My vote is also to deny.
My vote is also to deny due to victim opposition and law enforcement opposition. I need to mention that both the DA and the sheriff were opposed. So I just want that for the record. So your parole's been denied.
That's it.
Okay, the parole board is called back to order. My name is Pete Freeman. I'll be the acting chair. Next to me is Ms. Ledoux on my left and Mr. Tillis on my right. They will be the serving members with me today. I am going to read some information into the record. Mr. Jones, tell me if any of it is not true. This is the case of James Jones, 474-383. Mr. Jones is a first felony offender. His parole date was 8/8/24. His total sentence was 59 years. I'm on the wrong person. Sorry. Bet you about to have fit, huh? Yeah. Very sorry. Okay. Mr. Jones, is a second felony offender. His parole date is 4/21/31. His good time date is 12/27/46. His full term date is 10/22/47. Mr. Jones was given a 33-year sentence for manslaughter. Is that correct, Mr. Jones?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Jones, you're here today for a medical parole.
Yes, sir.
So tell us about your condition. I know the doctor should be here too, isn't he? Is he there? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, doctor, why don't you give us your report first? Tell us his medical condition and his prognosis.
Dr. Johnny Prejean, I'm the medical director here at the Lincoln Correctional Center. Mr. Jones had an acute neurological episode. I think it was December 27th of 23. He was taken to Our Lady of the Lake. He had suffered a massive infarction of the middle cerebral artery distribution. They used alteplase, which is a thrombectomy agent, and then they did try to do a thrombectomy. It was somewhat successful, but he bled into the basal ganglia section of the spinal cord. It has left him with a severe left hemiparesis. He's been slow to having recovery. He can speak now. He wasn't when he first got back from the hospital. He has progressed some with his ability to eat. Before it was tube feeding. Now it is puree diet with thin liquids. We're going to be sending him shortly for another swallow study to see if we can progress it anymore. At present, he needs assistance with most of his activities of daily living. He can walk somewhat with some assistance, but his recovery and his rehabilitation has been extremely slow. After he was in the skilled nursing unit for a while because of the immobility, he threw a blood clot. He's currently on an anticoagulant for that. He also has a history of hypertension, hyperlipidemia, and in a while back, he also had a squamous cell carcinoma of the head that he was treated for, but that has resolved.
Okay. Where will he be living, Dr. Prejean? Is he going to a nursing home?
That would probably be the best place. He still needs an extensive amount of physical therapy and assistance with things that would probably be too much to handle in a home situation.
All right, you gonna need to know that.
This seems like a significant improvement since I received my parole packet and reviewed. He was not ambulatory at the time that it was sent in, and he had a PEG tube at that time. And so this is a significant improvement in his yeah, but you're able to eat.
You're able to eat, you're able to walk. And no, I don't see where you bed down.
Yeah, I can walk, but I have to use a walker.
Right, I understand. We're just thinking from a medical parole point of view.
Have these, Dr. Prejean, have these improvements in his health been reported
2 seconds.
to have it reevaluated by the secretary, or? Or are they aware of this improvement?
We have not done a follow-up since the initial evaluation when we submitted the initial paperwork. His progress has been extremely slow. And like I said, he still needs significant assistance with most of his ADLs.
But that's not, okay. All right, I'm gonna call for an executive session.
I second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Freeman,
Yes?
Mr. Tillis,
Yes.
and Mrs. Magoo.
Yes.
Okay, we're going into executive session for a moment. Okay, we have discussed confidential matters. We feel that this offender needs to be reevaluated for medical parole and be sent back through the protocol for it. You know, just looking at him, Warden, I don't see the disabilities that would require him to be going into a nursing home. So, and he doesn't need 24-hour care. So my vote is to continue this for a reevaluation. Ms. Ledoux?
I vote also to continue.
I concur.
Okay, this will be continued until it's reevaluated. Okay, we're gonna call this hearing back to order. My name is Pete Freeman. Along with me, I have my colleagues, Mr. Ledoux and Mr. Tillis. We're here for a revocation hearing on David Williams, DLC number 770-198. Is that you, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Williams? Okay, do you have your parole hearing questionnaire with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and do you agree with it, that you're not eligible for appointed counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you hire your own counsel?
No, sir.
Do you want to proceed today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'll read the violations to you. You can plead guilty, not guilty, with or without a state. Okay, and that's all we need while I'm reading the violation. Then after I'm completed with the violations, your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis, and he will be questioning on you what went on and what's the deal is. So, violation number 4, you failed to refrain from criminal conduct. On or about 1/19/2024, you were arrested for the offense of possession, CS PG 3 greater than 28 grams and less than 200 grams by the Houston Police Department. How do you plead to that charge?
Not guilty.
Okay, it says PG. You didn't plead guilty to that charge, did you, in Houston?
No, sir.
Okay, have you pled to anything in Houston?
No, sir.
Okay, so that's still pending. Okay, on or about 10/5/23, you failed to report to the parole officer Cheryl Phillips. On 4/17/24, you admitted to this allegation. In the month of December, your whereabouts were unknown to your supervising agent and a parole warrant was issued. How do you plead to that charge?
Guilty.
Okay. And number 9, on or about 1/11/10/23, you failed to reside in a specified place as approved by your supervising agent. How do you plead to that charge?
Guilty.
Okay, 7 guilty, 9 guilty. Okay, Mr. Tiller?
Good. Mr. Williams, how you doing this afternoon?
All right.
Tell me about the not guilty on the short.
I was staying at a sober living facility in Houston, and I got into an altercation with a female there that had stolen my medication. And when the police came out, I had the medication. It was alprazolam that was not in the pill bottle because I'd taken it from her. And so I was arrested for that. I was put on a personal reconnaissance bond. That charge has since been dismissed.
Okay, and the charges you plead guilty to, I guess, really don't need to elaborate on that, do we?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, I have no questions, no further questions.
So you're saying you've already been to court on the other charges?
Sir, it's dismissed while I was here at Hunt facility.
Wait. The bond was revoked, but you have not had a hearing. You have not had a court date yet, have you?
No, ma'am, the judge dismissed the charge.
The judge dismissed the charge.
We have no proof of that.
They had a court date on May 9th for me that I was here. I was unable to go to that. It was dismissed.
Okay.
Jasmine, is there any way we can check on it? Huh?
On July 11th, 2024, we asked the Houston police if they had a court date. So if they dismissed it in May, I feel like we would have had that in our file.
Who's it say?
We're gonna, can we go off record? While
Jasmine, did you get it?
He's-
I can find out real. Okay. I move for a executive session till we can check out, see if we can figure out if this charge has been dismissed or not. Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, can you have a roll call, please?
Mr. Freeman,
Yes.
Mr. Tillis,
Yes.
Ms. Udo, Ms. Udo.
All right, we do have enough to vote. Okay, we've gotten that straight. Mr. Williams, your charges have not been dropped. Your charges, you have a bench warrant for you for failure to appear. And the charges are still pending. So do you want to continue with this hearing today? Or you want to wait to another time when the charges are dismissed, are done, or completed?
I'll continue.
What's that?
I'll
You
continue.
Okay. All right. You have any further questions?
No, I haven't found out that information.
Okay, so you trying to say it was just one pill that you had that they arrested you for?
No, sir. There was several films.
Several pills, so.
And you do
Okay.
have a prescription for them?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions.
This is Dylan.
No, this is
Really?
David Williams. Is the panel ready to vote?
Yes.
Mr. Tillis, you will vote first.
My vote is to revoke.
To continue?
No, you vote.
Okay. My vote is to continue at the request of the offender.
No, he didn't. He said he wanted to
Oh,
continue.
you want to continue the hearing?
Yes, he said.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you wanted to continue until the charge. My vote is to revoke.
My vote is also to revoke due to, you have absconded, they didn't know your whereabouts, you have pending charges in Houston, and you pled guilty to number 7 and number 9. Parole has been revoked.
Okay, you ready? Okay, we're back at, Hunt Correctional. My name is Pete Freeman. I will be the acting chair. Along with me, I have Ms. Ledoux to my left, Mr. Tillis to my right. Today, we're here for the parole hearing of Timothy Moody, 732-890. Mr. Moody, I'm gonna read some stuff into the record, and you tell me if you agree with it. Mr. Moody, you are a first-class offender, parole date of 9/7/23, good time date of 2/19/27. You were sentenced to 8 years for a crime against nature. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Moody, you have here in favor today, joining us via Zoom, Ricky, RICCI Moody Parker, ex-wife, Cynthia Moody, mother, Sarah Gutierrez, friend, Riley Parker, stepdaughter, Kevin Boss, your boss, and Stephen Lynch, who is also your boss. They're all here in support, and the three of them will be speaking at the proper time. Okay, did you understand that, Mr. Moody?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First off, why don't you tell us what you did to get yourself in there and why you think you should be released today?
During the time of this offense, I was really going through a negative emotional state of mind. At the time, I didn't care if I physically or mentally hurt anyone. But being incarcerated, and thankfully for coming to Hunt and joining these mental health programs and plan to continue to attend if I was able to parole out and return to society, because I know how important it is to follow rules and respect the law. I just asked to return to my family.
Okay. And why do you think what got you there? What did you do?
I was actually charged with 17 total counts initially. I was charged with 14 counts of aggravated rape, 1 count of simple crime. I apologize. 2 counts of aggravated incest and 1 count of obstruction of justice. I went to trial. I pled not guilty, and I had a hung jury at my trial. So I picked up voir dire for my next trial, and I wasn't comfortable with the trial, with the voir dire, the jury selection. So I pled guilty to 10 years. Well, after being incarcerated for 5 years, I filed a post-conviction relief, and I was able to win my post-conviction relief. So I bonded out after winning my post-conviction, and I went home for over 2 years, still fighting a charge. I was gonna go back to trial again, but it would cost me way too much money. It was gonna be another $25,000, and all my resources they're not there no more. I've already spent $75,000 on fighting for my freedom. So they dropped it down to 4 counts of aggravated rape, and then that was all vacated. The seven counts they had on me, and I pled out to simple crime against nature. Credit for time served, which was 6 years up now and been incarcerated. And this is where I'm at today.
Okay, is that a total of 6 years with the 5 you did before?
Yes, sir. I'm back at Hunt for just about a year.
Okay.
I just came here on my birthday of last year, November 20th.
Okay.
I was home for 2.5 years prior to coming in.
Okay, Warden, do you have any comments?
I have nothing to add, sir.
Okay, Miss Moody Parker, ex-wife, are you here with us?
I'm here.
Okay, in 3 to 5 minutes, tell us what you want us to know about Mr. Moody.
My name is Ricky Parker, and I've been knowing Timmy Moody since I was 13 years old. Timmy has always been a well-respected individual for his entire life. He works every day, weekends, and side jobs as a plumber. Never missed a day of work. He's an outstanding family man and will go out his way to help anyone in need. He's never been in trouble and has never caused any trouble. I married him in 2018 while he was incarcerated, knowing him my entire life, and unfortunately had to get a divorce for financial reasons and medical reasons in 2023. Every single penny he made went to paying court fees, lawyers, ankle fees, and bonds. The day he went to court last September in 2023, I found out that same day that I had stage 3 breast cancer and I had a very long road ahead of me, a lonely road at that. With his absence, it made things very difficult for me to move on in peace, knowing he was still fighting for his freedom. He missed his grandchild's birthday, which has put a huge amount of stress on him also. I know from several conversations that Timmy is very distraught and highly remorseful for the victim and what he had, in which he had to go through. He was the stepfather to my teenage child and raised her with respect and dignity. He lived in the same house with her, and I've never ever felt uncomfortable with him inside the house with my child. He has a job when he gets out, same job that he's been working for the last 15 years. And I'm asking you with my entire heart to please allow him a second chance to prove himself, that he is an outstanding, honest, and very respected in the society. And I do thank you for letting me read this email and for your time.
Ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, now we will go to Miss Cynthia Moody, his mother. Miss Moody? Is the victim's mother on?
Unmute it. She might have to unmute it.
Unmute if you're on.
Oh,
mute.
okay, I got it.
Oh. All right, tell us what you have to say.
I said, dear honorable parole board members, my name is Cindy Moody, and I'm the defendant and my younger son. I also have an older son, but he lives out of state. I have known my son for 51 years. He has always been a good son. I worked 42 years at the Whitney National Bank because I was sole provider for my 2 sons. I had to go live with my mom, and she watched over my 2 sons after school. He graduated from Chalmette High School and started working immediately. Before he graduated, he was working at a meat market after school. From there, he became a plumber and has been doing plumbing ever since. He always tries to help people in need and would give the shirt off his back if someone needed it. He already served 6 years of an 8-year sentence. I am almost 77 years old and I can't do a lot of things anymore. He is my only caregiver and sole provider and my support. Being on Social Security, I barely make it from month to month. Now, without his financial help from him, he works a lot so that he can help me out financially. He will reside with me under my supervision. I would be blessed and grateful if he could parole out because I truly need him.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gutierrez.
Friend, hope I didn't butcher that too bad. Ms. Gutierrez? Is she on?
Yes, sir. My name is Sarah Gutierrez. The defendant is my best friend's son. I've known him all of his life. He's always been a good boy and a very hardworking man. I have never known him to be in any trouble with the law. His mother and I have been friends for over 50 years. His mother is up in age, and I pray that this boy can come home to her for God's sake. She really needs him before anything happens to her. She's 77 years of age, and I know that he has a home and a job when he gets out of there. And I would love to see it happen before something happens to her.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Okay, this case has been assigned to me. So I will be asking the questions. How old are you, Mr. Moody?
I'll be 51 November 20th of this year.
Okay. And how much education do you have?
Have a high school education.
Okay, Mr. Moody, according to the arrest report, that it first started with touching, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But it did lead to vaginal intercourse, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's two of the things I wanted to clear up. For the record, I want to state that Judge Jones said that you took a plea bargain, so she's opposed. The sheriff was opposed, and the DA said they were going to respond to the board. I didn't see anything in the file, did you? And you heard from Miss Parker, his ex-wife. She's unopposed. And so you was granted a new trial because of ineffective counsel. And so you went back because you said that if you'd have known what you'd have had to serve, you would have fought it.
We've lost the sound.
Whoa. Ma'am. So, tell me about that because you went back instead of fighting it, you took another plea.
Yeah, I ran out of money. There was another $25,000. I just spent 25 for my post-conviction relief.
Why? As an indigent defender, I mean, you just thought the plea deal was better, all for you in your situation.
No, sir. I was just the public defender doesn't work. In my opinion, so I wanted a paid lawyer.
Okay. Did you have any drug problem?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Did you have an alcohol problem?
No, sir.
Do you have a child?
I have a son who will be 21 on the 29th of this month.
Okay. Do you still in contact with your child?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did you take all 4 of the sex offender treatment classes?
Yes, sir. And I completed all the tests, passed all the tests, and I just haven't finished completed all the hours yet.
I noticed one thing, but now I think I figure out why, because you had left prison for 2 years. You came back, and that's when you started taking a lot of classes. I mean, you've taken a bunch of classes in 2024. Was there any particular reason you didn't take any classes when you were prior incarcerated, or did you take classes?
No, sir, I was at satellite camps. I've never been in the penitentiary system. And, when I took my 10-year plea, that was on, I didn't have, good time, so they wouldn't allow me to go into classes.
The victim, Ms. Simpson, claims, the threat of violence was constant in the house as he drank and used drugs. And she felt you should do all your time, but you're claiming you never drank and never done drugs.
I'm not gonna say I've never drank, but I mean, I was a social drinker, but I'm not no drunk.
Well, in April of 2002, you had a DWI that was dismissed. In 2005, you had possession of alcoholic beverages in a motor vehicle. And in 2006, you had possession of Schedule II drug. And you're going to check didn't drink or.
That was 20-something years ago, 30 years ago. I'm now don't do any drugs or drink anymore.
It doesn't matter. Once an addict, you're always an addict, and it does seem like you had a problem. But that's your opinion, so we're not gonna go there. I have no further questions. Does either of my colleagues have any questions?
I have no questions.
Mr. Ledoux? Okay, the panel is ready to vote. Mr. Moody, you know, you got one heck of a deal. I'm gonna tell you right now, you got 8 years, and you just admitted to me today, y'all did have sex, and you did, there was some touching. My vote is to deny. 8 years was a very good sentence, and I think you need to do the time. So my vote is to deny.
My
Mr. Ledoux?
vote is to deny as well for some
I
of the same.
concur with Mr. Freeman.
Okay, your vote, your parole has been denied. We closing out at Hunt.